Cyberpunk, once it comes out, we'll be playing the crap ton out of that, man. I think because it comes out on a Thursday, instead of the podcast, I'm probably just going to stream Cyberpunk. I haven't said that to our other hosts yet, but I think that's the game plan. Because everyone will be playing Cyberpunk, you know. But don't worry, we'll still do Star Wars Sunday every Sunday. There's too much good Star Wars stuff going on not to do Star Wars Sunday. Whoa, that was weird. Like a weird there's like a weird glint coming off one of these little areas right here. Yeah, you better run. Papa Palpatine didn't want a nun. Didn't want none Lando. So good. Here we go.
Hi everybody, how y'all doing? I slept. Like seriously, around like 1, I went for a nap of maybe 2 hours, maybe 3. I woke up about half an hour ago, so I just got like 7 hours of sleep. I guess I really needed it. Even that was even after a 4 hours of actual sleep. So, this is usually when we do Star Citizen and stuff, but well, Full Turbo's busy. He had to cancel his stream entirely today. No clue where Razzie is. I don't see him, which is odd because usually he's streaming and everything. I'm still eating my dinner. Yeah, let's see. Is Razzie even online? No. He was doing really well there for his streaming, and I guess we just lost contact or something. I don't know. Maybe he has something on his Discord. Let me check that. Nope, his Discord is empty. Yep, I'm not seeing anything on his Discord. It says he's still away, so at least he's not dead. We hope. Alright. So, I thought for tonight, I would work more on KJBot. Because I did a little bit of extra work the other night, after the end of the stream. And I got him reading chat. I mean, I'd show it to you right now, but there's no one chatting. Oh, well, screw it. There he is. He's working. He's connected. And if I say something in chat, you can see he just popped up, both on my on-screen display and in KJBot. Now there's a whole lot of icons and everything, and and I am gonna take a look at eventually maybe adding all the Twitch icons into KJBot, but for right now I have some very basic things. So with KJBot going, I snuck him into a couple of streams today. Most noticeably, I followed, I jumped into a small stream, which is Mulehorn Gaming's. Hi guys, you just shouted me out. And the other thing I went into was I'm Kibitz's channel. I got a lot of good information from Kibitz's channel. Like seriously, how big is the log file now? All right, let me tell you something. Yesterday's log file, where I did a lot of work and everything, and then I cut it down to just my stream, was about 67, almost 68 kilobytes. My current one that has a little bit of testing from this morning, all of my tests with Kibitz and Mulehorn, is now at 1.25 megabytes. So, a lot of data to process there. And in looking at... hey, check it out. Rainmaker just posted. You can see here, oh, it's a moderator and it's a bot. Now, I don't know if you saw it last time, but I did actually have a little bot icon that would mark it as bot. And I had all my icons after the names. I moved them to before the names. That way, it's just a little bit easier to deal with. I also changed the I got rid of the image and made it text. So we can translate it very easily. But for most languages, this should actually work very well. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I have 2 big things I want to do today. The first is I want to get our viewer list up and running, which means we need a way of storing viewers that come in from chat plugins. Or, just plugins at all. I also want to improve our Twitch support, which right now is still really good, but most of what I want to do requires us to build a new platform for it to connect to. So there's going to be that. The other thing to look at is homogenizing our WebSocket system and maybe even our O authentication. Put all of that into Foundation. And then, that way we have a pre-built system that plugins can just add their details to. And that would, do most of the work. Of course, I would make all the functionalities virtual, so it's completely possible for them to overwrite if they need to do something specific within O authentication or the WebSocket system. The one thing where I'm not going to do that is with the response, the message received functionality. That's actually going to be virtualized and require plugins to write their own code. These are just thoughts I'm having right now. I didn't check to see if my camera was set up correctly. Yeah, it feels a little stingy. 1 second. Configure video. Oh. No, it's fine. It was like 1 number off from what I usually use. So, without further ado, let's do some Stream Raid. So we had 8 people add stuff from last night. Let's see how we do. Watch that rogue go. Alright, a barbarian and some busters. Who gets what? Ling Ling Bao gets the barbarians and Phantom got busters. Congrats, everyone. I know you're not here right now, but, Oh, and I got the actions working. So... yeah, right there. You'll get rid of a lot of things. Alright. So, as you can see, I got actions working. I got rid of that, action! With the weird characters in front and behind it. The plus side was I knew what it was. The downside was it took me it felt like an hour and a half to get it to work. And with all the interruptions I had today, before I went to sleep, it probably was an hour and a half. I mean, I was working on 4 hours of sleep. I felt rested, but I was also realizing that I'm getting tired again. So, yay. I'm looking at this, and I need to change it. From int to unsigned int. Okay, go uint32. Nope. Alright, unsigned in. Because I'm looking at this, and these numbers are going to go way past integer. I'm kind of surprised they don't do that now. Besides, a user ID is never going to be negative, so why not shift at all? So now I have to switch everything else that has to deal with the user bots. Such as the Glimish bot list. I honestly don't know why I didn't do this earlier. I mean, I didn't think of it for some reason. Mostly because, you know, I'm working in such a level that I don't usually, you know, predict things like that. Okay, now I'm starting to think I need to write a type definition setup. And, like, include it in core or kernel. And, like, literally every other, you know, system. Ooh, if I included it in logging, logging's everywhere. Of course, core is really only used by kernel and a couple of other things. I probably need to go through this. Yeah, this stuff was actually written mostly by somebody else, so I can't claim knowledge of any of it, but I know how to use it. And, you know, if I looked at it, I'd probably be able to determine, yeah, that's probably not a bad thing. Alright. Yeah, site ID, user site ID, should always be positive. But I need to allow for negatives. So what I'm thinking is, I'm going to create a new class somewhere in here, probably under classes, that handles, you know, WebSockets, and another one that handles authentication. And I can just kind of move the functions there, and then make that a subclass for the plugins. But as much as I want to do that right now, I think it's actually more beneficial to me to work on the viewer system. Which actually requires me to... Oh, that's the log files. Yes, yes. Which actually, as I was trying to say, requires me to come back to bot classes. Because I actually have viewers and viewer... I got all of these functionalities from the old 1. Or rather, the 2.x series. And this is the rebuild series, which will be known as version 3 of KJBot. So, oh, I just realized I forgot something. There it is. There it is. Unsigned. Let's make sure that alright, that should be good now. But now we have to come into here. There we are. Unsigned. Had a very interesting dream. And it has to do a lot with my past. And my ex-girlfriend was living where one of my oldest best friends used to live. And for some reason, I had a tank that I was driving around. And I got stopped at a party that was at her place. And we were boyfriend and girlfriend at that time. And I'm hesitant to call her a lady. But this woman at the party started to get a little frisky with me. And apparently I'm a good boyfriend even in my sleep, literally. Because I was like, no, see, he doesn't want to do it. No, you are 100% wrong. I want to do it, but I want to do it with her. And I'm pointing to my girlfriend. So. Because she was all like trying to, all sorts of frisky. And there was a guy I knew from high school there, too. If, for some reason they were together, and I don't know why they were teaming up on me like that. I mean, the girl, I think she was trying to tease me. But also get me in trouble with my ex. All sorts of love there. Okay, I think that's everything. I'm going to have to close down KJBot. I'm working on KJBot. I have to close it down. So here's the biggest problem. I want to rebuild the viewer system from scratch, using the old stuff as a template. The problem is, chat window, chat tab. I forgot that had. The problem is, it's exactly where I need it to be. But I don't want to use the old code just straight up. Why? Because I know that won't work. Okay. So that seemed to work. And we'll find out when a bot chats. But it compiled and it ran, so for the moment I'm going to assume it's fine. Because part of the Twitch is connected or Glimish is connected code is to send the bot list. So alright, so let's just close everything except the main window. I'm going to assume it worked. KJBot, let's add a new folder. Actually, for a second, let me think about this. Let me think about this. Do I want to let plugins anytime, anywhere, access to the viewer list? Because if so, that class needs to go into Foundation. Which in a lot of ways makes sense. Making it a global thing means that plugins will be able to add viewers directly, or at least interact with viewers directly, and I don't have to I don't have to move that functionality to a different system. On the other hand, it also opens the system up to vulnerabilities. And I can't sanitize the data if they can access it directly. On the other hand, there may be times when they need access. I mean, let's take... I'm going to take just a quick look at KJBot. Go to the Profile Manager. Alright, so... things we will need access to. Streaming site data. Already have that. Alert site data. Don't have that. Tipping sites. Don't have that. Social media. This is a new tab I added. Are plugins going to need access to social media? The answer is yes. Because that's how we're going to get... well, no. Not for the viewers. For the streamer, yes, but not for the viewers. I'm going to say no. I as much as I want to just put it into Foundation and all that, and basically just, you know, hand it off to that, it makes more sense to me to put it in KJBot and then sanitize, you know, the functionality, the interactability. I mean, you know, the ability to interact with the viewer list and the viewers themselves is going to be available to plugins, but only certain plugins. And even then, that functionality is going to be limited to what KJBot itself says you can and cannot do. That seems way more beneficial to me than any other argument for plugins. Alright, so now that I figured that out, let's add a new class folder. Oh, classes. So this is where I'm going to do whole bunches of stuff. Add new folder, viewers. Or maybe it should just be viewer. No, viewers. That makes the most sense. Alright, so that said, KJBot, classes, viewer. I'm trying to make it mirror so it's, you know, makes sense. Okay, I don't need the resources right now. For right now, I don't need plugins, and I don't think I'm going to need foundations. I definitely don't need dialogues. Although, I am going to have to add the viewer list, because, you know, you got to be able to see all the data we're about to enter. So maybe I should do that first real quick. Yeah, let's do that real quick. So that would be... well, first of all, we got to go forms, tabs, and KJBot, UI, tabs, tab, viewer list, widget. Yes, yes. Pull it out, damn you! So this is the whole viewer list, basically. It's just one little widget, which needs to be renamed. Tree viewer list. Tree widget viewer list. Okay, so this is where it's going to be tricky. I want to have this. I want to have a list of site names for each one. I think for right now I'm just going to get rid of that, and I'll have to add that programmatically. So, but that brings up the point. Should I add them all to the list, or should I prioritize them? All right. This is a tree widget. Oh, actually, name. So we'll have their ID number and their name. Now, name is going to be effectively the first name that we see them as, but it can also be specified as the nickname that we may want to give them. Nose is runny. But what you can, I'm just going to have it, be like this. I'm not going to add anything specific. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sites. There we go. So what this will do is give us a little area where we might be able to insert like little tiny icons. And we can use these little icons to indicate websites that they are from, or that they have connected to us. And when you double click on the user itself, that's where you can actually do things like, hey, I know they're from this site and this site. Let's fix that. So if you see Kjasi, you can say, oh, he's on this site, and this is his username over here. That's his username on that site. You can do that from the edit user or edit viewer setup, which we should probably work on as well. But that's going to be a little bit later. Right now, we'll go and in that list of site names and everything, you can specify. Oh, I want to use this as its primary name. I want to use that as their primary name, or alternatively, you can even go so far as to say add your own specific username, and it will modify both chat and the viewer list. I mean, I could just make the viewer list simple, put a little icon in front of it, and then just use what they give us from the site. I don't want to do that. I want to make this a next-gen program. Which is why I'm always so adamant about some things. Alright, so we got that. Let's add a new tab. Actually, why am I doing this? Why add new documents when I can just copy ones that are there? Alright. Tab. Viewer list window. Oh, undo. Viewer list window. There we go. Drag, drop, edit. UI underscore tab viewer list widget. I don't think I'm going to need chat message, but I will need chat user. Actually, no, I'm not. Actually, I am. Am I? I'm gonna kill that for right now. Let's remove. Yeah, let's remove all those slots. We need that one. Ooh. Tab viewer list widget is the UI. Ooh, should I leave the resources? No. And I'll tell you why. I don't think I'm going to use it. Alright. Tab viewer list window. Viewer list window, not viewer list window. Hope you're all having a good day today. I'm seeing people show up, but don't have names or anything yet. Alright, so tab viewer list window. Ha! Knew it. Okay, that should be that. Oh. Viewer list widget. Building viewer list window. Okay, I don't need that. Or that. Yeah, for right now I don't need any of that. Right now the goal is to get it to work. Get it to show up. Which, this should be sufficient. So, now, to come here, tab, oh, I gotta before I do that, tabs, viewer list window. There we go. Tab, viewer list. Unfortunately, I got to add all of them to the main program right here because that's the easiest way to do it. Because the main program is mostly there for interacting, decoration, and making sure all the other aspects of KJBot talk to each other. Okay, so now I come up here. New tab viewer window. This. Tab viewer list equals that. Alright, that should add it. Closing KJBot. Building KJBot. And I'm going to add this to the code base now because that's not going to change names. And now it's just compiling, and we're waiting for that. Yay, it's done. Alright, viewer list, yay! And we can scroll through it. So there's a lot that we can do now to make this look better. But for the moment, I'm just happy that worked. Okay. So, let's keep that there. And I'm actually going to open up a new tab, or open up a new browser tab. Alright. And now is when I do something really silly. What's he doing? I'll tell you what I'm doing. Well, first of all, I'm going to shrink this guy down and move him off screen. So I can just double click and open him up and he'll be ready to go. I am going to the oldest functional version of KJBot that I had. I did a bunch of code rearrangements and that caused all sorts of problems. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going back to the original KJBot source where this functionality worked. And I'm looking it up. I'm looking at I'm looking at all this code, really. Alright, so this is the old KJBot. You can see, I did a lot of things in here. This is all to get things working. Alright. Man, I suppose that's a good time to pause and come over here. And let's see how we do. It's me and Lockless. 3, 2, 1. Barbarians! Got barbarians, berserkers, and tanks. Yeah, I knew that'd be an easy fight for us, man. Oh, you're getting some healers, and I got some monies. Back to the map. Let's go this way. More treasure. It's probably going to be harder, but we get treasure. Zombie busters and zombie warriors. Mythical paladin. Fight. Okay, back to the old desktop. So yeah, we can see here, viewer tab is the old viewer system. So, viewer management, viewer for points. It's probably viewer management. That's under subsystems. Oh no, there's actually a viewer systems. So... Ah, there it is. Include viewer system. And I am looking back at this and going, okay, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Viewer system. Honestly, I think my naming scheme, you know, doing the tab chat window and tab viewer list window, I think is probably better than doing stuff like viewer system. Alright, let's take a look at this. Okay. We got slots for when users leave and join. When a site leaves. I guess that would be useful for when a site gets disconnected. Clear all viewers. That's a good function to have. I don't know if it needs to be a slot. Oh, get viewer index. You can do that from either a number, or you know, the viewer ID number, or you get you do it from their chat user. Wow, you can do that from the chat user? Interesting. Merge viewers. That's going to be an interesting functionality. But right now, I'm looking at bare basics. What do we need to, you know, do? Well, to start with, we got the UI. Here I had a list of active sites, so I could just keep an eye on, you know, what sites are online and not. Not that it really needs to. The viewer list isn't for seeing who's on and who's off, unless I'm looking at the wrong one, but I don't think I am. Online timer, offline timer, update timer. That's right, because this system is for managing the users both on and offline, while what I'm looking at right now is just a way of viewing and processing. So there's actually functionality in here I don't need anymore. Except this one. This one's going to be useful. Add new user. And I don't think I can do that up here, can I? Well, actually, no. User joins and user leaves. And then, you know, menu delete. What's my phone trying to tell me now? It can wait. Alright, so... yeah, back here I actually added the widget inside, you know, just building the viewer system. And, you know, if I look at it, you know, from this sense, yeah, that might be a better idea. But I'm not sending this data to the widgets. I'm keeping its functionality effectively clean. So the way I'm doing it now is actually preferential to me. And when I need to do UI connections, I can do that right here. Like right here. Tab viewer list. There. I just added connection so that when we update the interface, it will run the update interface over here too. So, at least there's that. So, how did I handle loading? Well, let's update current viewers, clear, build UI viewer list. Ooh, there we go. That's probably what I wanted to do. So build UI viewer list. Show contacts, delete. Merge viewers, get viewer index, user joins channel, viewer, let's see. Leave channel, leave channel, leave channel. Clear. We probably will have to add that. Update current viewer data, UI update user list, which is right here. Okay. UI viewer list, top level item count. Ooh. That looks good. Let's add that right now. Alright, how many did I have in there again? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, so basically I added one. Alright. Well, actually I added 2. But I took 2 away. How'd that number change? I don't know. Oh, I also added subscribers. That's it. Alright. So this should do that. So let's run this. I know what that functionality is doing, so I can actually comment on it. Let's see how it worked. Yep, see it just scaled them all so that it just fits the data. So now let's see. Yeah, all of this is going to be useful, but the list is just for viewing the data. So that's kind of a major change I'm doing from the old list. So I actually need to add something else first, now that I think about it. We need a way of managing, updating, and modifying all the data. Let's get rid of all those unneeded includes before I get too deep into it. Okay, so you know what? I need a third window open where I can actually just go in and make changes to the folder system. Classes, viewers, viewer manager. Viewer list manager. So this is what's going to actually hold all the big important data. And I know there's going to be a lot of C++ in here, so let's do that. Alright, we'll add this. Now, I'm also going to need QString, because I always need QString. But that will also get me QObject, I think. And this is definitely going to have to be a connected class. So... Oh, no, I actually need QObject.header. Okay. And for right now, at least, I'm just going to make that a simple... And nice part is QObject handles a lot of deconstructor things, so don't need to worry too much about that. So, this is going to be the magic bullet. This is actually where the viewers are going to be held in contempt for all their atrocities. No. This is where I'm just going to hold the data. So, private. Now I need the viewer class, so I'm going to QList viewers, or viewer. Viewer list. This is actually where I think I'm going to come in here. Take the old one, get moved, add it, and make changes. Or I don't know. A lot of this looks like it might be good. First of all, let's start with account name. And let's go platform ID. And username. This would be actually username, maybe with a capital N. No. Ooh, actually, platform username. That sounds better to me. Site user ID. Don't need that. Is lurking, is subscribed, is mod. And is follower. Alright, let's get rid of that. To and from JSON objects, always a good thing, because that's how we save the data. unsigned int platform user number. Platform user ID equals 0. Alright, so to create an account name, you need a queue stream for its platform ID. And I found that I like doing the functions using all lowercase and underscores as needed. Alright, so we have the platform ID. Next up, platform username. And then the unsigned int of a platform ID. That is effectively the bare minimum data we need. Which is why it's requirements in order to create an account name. Now, I'm not a big fan of having this structure here. Also, account name is totally the wrong moniker it needs. Platform viewer data is much more appropriate. And actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm actually right. I'm gonna make it its own goddamn thing. Haha. Well now. Oh, nope, gotta keep the JSON. Do I need a date time? Yeah, I do. On the plus side, include platform viewer data. Include and delete that. Boom. It's, you know, complete Armageddon here. Let's open this up. I'm just building all of this functionality right now. I don't know why this has to be a constant, but okay. And quite frankly, this should be at the top. Okay, so platform ID equals platform ID. Platform username. No. Platform username equals platform username. And finally, platform user ID equals platform user ID. Yeah. So I'm guessing that that's all in the classes here under viewer. So there's that. Account name to JSON. Alright, well that can all be changed up. But I am going to copy and pasta this. Why? Because I can just use the same basics, but just change what the they're actually, bringing and sending data to. And look at that. It's almost like I copied it directly. But yeah, having this as its own separate thing modularizes this. So I don't have as much code to, dig through in order to find what I'm working with. Which is why I moved this out here. Now, viewer is going to change significantly. But we're not going to work on that until I finish with the viewer platform. Let's check the rest of it. Is lurkings. Is Solar. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with all of this data. First seen when they joined the channel. When they last started lurking. No, I don't need that. I mean, yeah, maybe. On the other hand, I could easily make it that lurking is a functionality of the account. You lurk on one system, we're going to assume you're lurking on all of them. That's assuming you're watching one viewer from multiple accounts. And nowadays, with the way things are, most sites say you can't multi-stream. Even though that's still somewhat of a thing. So, yeah. Alright. So, first of all, copy. Second of all, paste. I don't know if you've heard my theory on this, especially with the way most things are working nowadays. I prefer to have this set up. Ooh, what's going on here? Ah. apparently unsigned ints aren't usable in to uint. Okay, fine. We'll just deal with that as a string. Yeah, pansy. I don't know, it's just... I feel like the date times could be better off. Alright. So that's all the information that we will save and record for this platform viewer. So now, to do the exact opposite. Alright, platform ID is a string. To uint. All right, to string, and then to uint. It's interesting that it won't let me do unsigned integers directly into there. But, you know. Duck 'em! To bool. Alright, is subscriber. Wait, no. That needs to be subscriber, not subscribed. I mean, it's basically the same thing. It's just, it's a little idiosyncrasy that I just want to have the knowledge of. Alright, first scene. Last message. And joined channel. Shoo. Little bug. Okay. There we go. So this class is effectively done. I suppose what I could do is add one constructor that includes everything. Or I just expand this one out to include everything. Yeah, let's do that. So, is working equals false. Yeah, we got a stream battle. Let's do that. Stream raid! Yeah, we did pretty well there. Open. That's weird. Oh, you got a musketeer. Yep, Lockless got a musketeer. And I got golds. But now, the profitable stuff. Enemies will be revealed over time. Well... I'm going to go with a bear then. Mostly because, you know, if you don't know what's coming, it's best to do it with a bear. Alright, so let's finish this off. Bool is subscriber equals false. Bool is is underscore follower equals false. Bool is mod equals false. Q date time first scene. I'm still not happy with first scene. First appearance? Oh. At any rate. Alright. Last message and join channel. Well, let's do join channel, then last message. Wait. No. Last message. This isn't join channel. This is followed channel. Alright, first joined, not first seen. Followed channel. First subscribed. So yeah, this data is all wrong. I do like last message. That's good. Alright, so follow channel. First subscribed. Okay, so we know when they followed the channel. We know when they first subscribed to the channel. You know, with all this, I think I'm actually going to bring this down to another level. First joined. Last message. That needed an extra. That was the problem. Okay, so first joined. Last message. And actually, no. Last message. It's going to be last. Alright, so followed channel. First subscribed. And last message. Alright, that looks good. Alright, first scene. And this is why I'm doing a question everything approach. Because sometimes I realize what I have in something is completely wrong. I do like the idea of last message, being to see when they last sent you a message on that platform. Should I have a last scene? That would not be a bad thing, the last time I saw them. In case anybody's wondering, the reason I'm using January 1st, 2001 is simply because, you know, I'm a dick. I don't know. It's a good date to determine that, you know, it's basically a debug date. Because there's no way anybody could use this at that time frame. Close that. Last scene. Okay. So, first joined. Followed channel. First subscribed. Last message, and finally last scene. Alright, copy, paste, delete. Copy, paste. Alright, is subscriber, is follower, if they're a mod, first joined, followed channel, first subscribed, last message, and finally last underscore scene, which I'll have to fix in the other half. Got a little too carried away right there. All right. Yep, that'll be good. Alright, so we can now build the entire thing just with the creation command. And because everything's public, we can enter it, we just have to enter the first 3, and the rest we can just add later. I'm thinking about it. This is actually going to be very beneficial in case I want to change it later. So let's look at that and that. Replace all. Copy. Paste. And I have this as a constant that we'll be able to access from other things. So anything that can access the viewer list, I'll be able to say, hey, is this equal to the platform viewer day date, default date? And if the answer is yes, then that's great. And it doesn't matter what I set this to. I can set this to 23 BC, and it would still function. Plus, I don't have to have this little bit of code constantly everywhere. I can just use that straight up. So, very happy with that. Okay, so I think for the most part I'm done with this code. So I can close that. Alright. Platform viewer data. I don't think that needs to be a reference. But having the account names here as a reference still doesn't quite make sense. Platform ID list. I don't know. For now, I'm going to say no. There's just so much here that I'm like, this might be useful, that might be useful, and the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm like, no, it's not. Alright, regular is the one thing I need here. Everything else... System marked bot. I'm going to remove that. That needs to be that. Yeah, maybe I should need to do like a viewer social account setup where I can put Twitter and Discords and all sorts of stuff. Just had the thought, I probably need to put this in the KJBot namespace. Probably need to do that with the platform thing too. I'm not done yet! KJBot. KJBot. Alright, so usually hosts have orders. Yeah, I could have just left it with using namespace. Yeah. Forgot. Yeah, I gotta zoom this in for you guys. I could have gone with just using namespace and just left it as is, but I like having that in here just for completionist's sake. Okay, so now I am done with this. Okay, so well, first of all, I gotta break this up. Having last seen be almost literally anywhere. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so I do like last scene, so that'll be a nice thing to have. So we have our platform list IDs. We need to keep our hours watched and our points earned. Both those will be important later. I want to keep if we're a regular. If we're a bot, if we're... Yeah, these are all good things to keep. Our viewer ID number. I guess... Yeah, let's make that a long. On the other hand... Yes, long. Why long? Because in thinking about it, I don't know how many people will ever be in this, and there will be purge buttons that will help clear things up, but I don't think that's going to update the viewer ID number. Long is, an int is about 4 million. Oh no, I'm sorry. An int is 2 billion. I mean, yeah, look at that. Yeah. So, hundreds, thousands, millions, 2.1 billion. Now, if we look at long, wait, what? The long is 2 billion? So what's the int million? C limits. Here we are. Alright, yeah, an int can do a maximum of... that doesn't seem right either. At any rate, if I went long, let's see. Oh, sorry, wrong window. Yeah, here are the limits, and it's saying size int. That's the limit. That doesn't seem right. So a long int is 2 billion. While this, millions, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, and yeah, I don't know what's beyond trillions, but 223 of those plus a 9,000. Yeah, so more users than will ever be. But you know what? 2.1 billion. That's not bad. And that's just for a long int. Yeah, I think int's supposed to be bigger than that. Alright, digits, integer. Maximum user value for int is 2.1 billion. Oh, I see. Integer types. So they may be counting that as the maximum, as a long int. Short of doing a long int. Oh, it changes up. Interesting. I think we're in 14. But that's still not what I'm looking for. Alright, it says int is 2.1 billion. Okay, now same site. Give me, long max. It's the same. So I suppose long? Yeah, int max is the 2.1 billion. Now if we do uint max, that's 4.2 billion. The problem is, I'm not sure if that's enough. But still, if you had 2.1 billion users, viewers in your list, I think you might have other issues. So, we'll just go back to int, since that seems to be good enough. Ooh, can I peek this? Nope. Alright. Alright, so we have our user ID, platforms IDs, Twitter and Discord accounts. I mean, it's a thought. I'm not sure if I need to keep those. Or would it be better off putting that into its own category of, viewer social data? It's actually not a bad idea. Let's do that. We've got 2 minutes. And I'm just going to copy and paste the platform viewer data. So, viewer social data. Copy. And pasta. And add in here. Yeah, I know. I'm doing a whole lot of stuff I probably don't need to be doing. But screw it. Alright, we don't need date and time. Viewer social data. And we can just expand that out as need be. But that's the nice thing about doing it this way, is we can just, expand it out. And it won't interfere with anything else because we made it its own class. Alright, so let's come over here. Account Twitter. Twitter name. Account Discord name. Or Discord ID. And that'll be Twitter handle. And I'm going to get rid of that. And that. Account. Q string. Count. Damn it! Twitter. Q string. Account. Discord. So this will make adding and subtracting all of this way easier. And let me just... Okay. And then we'll do the stream raid! Oh, we've got 2 battlers. Let's get this treasure! Oh, we've got mimics! I'm coming, Flagman! Ah, I couldn't get there in time. I'm sorry. Oh, someone's getting Centurion, someone's getting 50 gold! Who is getting what? Lockless, congrats on the gold, and Mr. Shooks, congrats on the Centurion! Ah, alrighty, let's get into here! What do we... Oh, orc time! Okay, I guess he's coming to us? I can't get a guy into there. I got an orc smasher and he can't smash orcs. I'm going to put him right there. Hopefully he's good enough that he can actually go out and kill them rather than having to, you know, wait. But he's half and half, so who knows? We'll find out. Okay, so the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm really liking that I put this into its own thing. Ah, that's not the key I wanted to press. That's not the key I wanted to press. I wanted to press her keys. Oh, let's come back in here. There. I forgot I need to do that. And this will just make things easier. How? How would it make it easier? It just will. Shut up. No, it just means I can add new socials or even remove socials, and I am only dealing with a single object in the viewer list. I mean, it also means you got to open up the details to get these. Although, if we're doing icons for the little guys, I don't see a reason why we can't have icons for the socials. You can just like maybe click on them and they'll pop you over to wherever you need to go. But again, that's something I can actually add maybe in here. I mean, I could theoretically at least add a viewer list, a build viewer list object here, but probably not, because that's for the viewer list. So what it'll do is it'll just take the social data and then convert that over. Alright, I can now get rid of that. And that. And that. And of course, eventually I will add things like Instagram and maybe even TikTok. But especially with TikTok, it's going to be one of those things where I'm not going to make an account. So I'm going to go off of their API, you know, if they can, and That's it. I will not be making an account, so I won't be testing that functionality. I can test Twitter and I can test Discord. And this data might actually get changed when I get to the point of actually integrating Twitter and Discord. Because I want to make it that KJBot can send tweets. But this is just, a quick link to their accounts. So you can go, hey, my viewer over here. And that way it's easier to, do like tagging and stuff. So if you play with viewers and you want to tag them, if they have their Twitter handle attached to any of their streaming accounts that we can access, that'll all be visible. Alright, so that means we can get rid of this. And now, include viewer social data. And I'll just call that social media. Alright. So, this can now gather all the information, or this can now hold the information. So, now we can actually start, jumping in here and trying to build all the data we need. Starting with the chat user data. So, finally, we're at a point of opening viewer and saying, what the goddamn hell is going on here? Well, first of all, don't need any of that. Second of all, it looks like viewer is just, that. Using namespace KJBot. Okay, so it's looking like we need platform viewer data. Well, actually what we need to do is see if we can't find a new user. Find an existing viewer, but maybe that's something I'll add later. First of all, let's just delete that straight off. Alright, so we need the social media, hours, points, ID, is regular, is bot, is system marked bot. Actually, is that data we need or something we can generate at runtime? Because running that at runtime would actually make things a little bit easier because we already have the list. On the other hand, I don't know. I'm going to say for right now, no. We're not going to have that. That's going to be done at runtime. Is regular, is bot. Don't need either of those. Is manually subscribed. You know, just for ease of use. Okay. Social media to JSON, yes. Hours watched, points earned. Is regular, is bot, is system mark bot, not going to deal with that, is manually subscribed. So now, okay, so this is where JSON array comes in. Alright. I can live with that. That's actually not bad code. What is bad is this. JSON array. And if I need anything more, I mean, well, let's take a quick look at chat roles, what they used to play. Here we are. API sites chat roles. Okay, libraries, stream API, there we are. No clue where that is. Let's check site user. Chat roles, here we are. User, pro, subscriber, mod, owner, staff site. Yeah. No, don't need that. So chat roles are dunzos. Alright, so now that I have all this, UID, hours, points, is regular, is a bot, is system marked bot, alright, so social media from JSON object to object. Alright, is manually subscribed. Is bot is regular, points, hours, viewer ID. Then we got the social medias. And then the JSON array. All right. Platform viewer data. Platform viewer data. Viewer data. Let's call this platform. No. Platform data. V data. There we go. That sounds right. All right, platform V data from JSON object. Oh, okay. All right, platform ID list to array. All right. Ah, that's the issue. I was like, why is this suddenly doing references? All right. The rest of this can get scrubbed. Because the rest of it doesn't exist right now. All right. User. Got a lot of good data here. Platform viewer data. Viewer data. All right. Viewer data is mod equals user. Okay. Is subscriber. Platform ID, that's something we need. Platform user ID. User site ID. I probably should change that from user site ID to platform user ID. In fact, yeah, I'm going to do that. Go to definition. Yeah, this makes it clear. Rather than site user ID. Alright, that's under Foundation. Classes. Chat user. Alright, so this is still going to break a lot of stuff. But quite frankly, the fastest way to find those broken parts is to just build it. That way I don't have to go searching for it. I mean, I know there's going to be some of it in the Viewer tab. Or the Display tab. The Chat Window tab. There we go. Oh, nothing yet. Ah, there's one, finally. Platform user ID. Seriously, that was it? Okay. Now, unfortunately, what we're doing right now, other than, cleaning up, some of my platform changes, is just... Alright, there. Alright, we fixed all that. This is a lot of back-end stuff that won't affect the end user, and there'll be no appreciable difference until I get one of those clinch pin items. But this is all still highly necessary. Alright, so is mod. Oh, we already have that. Why didn't you warn me? Last message. Last scene. Let's instead go here. Username. I'm sure that will be useful. Do we even have that? Platform username equals yes. I thought about adding platform to the username thing, but I figured better against it. Although the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking that might not be a bad idea. Just to indicate it's from a platform when you're doing code like this. Alright, if I do it, I'm going to do it later. Alright, what else do we have? User ID, got that. Platform ID, avatar image, name, chat color. That's basically everything. Now, there is still a whole lot more data we're going to need, but at least for right now, this is, decent enough. I just realized I did this wrong. This can't be a queue list. This has to be a queue map. There we go. Unfortunately, that changes quite a bit here. And I gotta change the name from list to map. Platform data map. That's more representative of what it is. I mean, I should call it platform viewer data map. There we go. Highly, highly descriptive. This should probably be social media data. What are you doing? You're ruining everything! I know. Isn't it wonderful? Alright, social media data is now dealt with. Platform viewer map. Insert. And insert. So there is no more user data that we can gather from this. I mean, you know, actually, that's not true. Just straight up name. Viewer name. If viewer name is empty or viewer name is null, they're different. Viewer name equals the username. To string. That needs to be point. That needs to be a double. Points are going to be, you know, a double in here. They used to be an integer, but more I'm thinking about it, the more I was thinking, you know, it's actually going to be, it's actually not going to work like that. Map keys at 1. And we're actually going to do that. Insert. Ah. To JSON object. To... Wait, what? Oh. Oh, right. The murders. Q Latin string, Q JSON value. Yep. Q string key equals there should be a to JSON object. What the hell? Well, first of all, that got ruined. Yeah, to JSON object. That should be available. All right, let's see if we can do this against the orcs. Orc. 3, 2, 1. Nope, I'm standing still, so I'll just protect you guys. Nicely done, gentlemen. And ladies. Oh, someone's getting 3 monks. Chaos. Congratulations. Or Cho-OS. I don't know. Chos. We got another treasure chest. Let's go get that. Enemies will be revealed over time. Protect me, minions! Alright. Alright, so we have the platform viewer data. So why is this having problems? First joined. To JSON object. Peak. Yeah, that's what it is, all right. Maybe I should do values. Oh yeah, it's probably values. Value I nope key there we go. That was the problem. I was doing it as a read only and not a write. JSON object. Now that's not an array. And let's do the same thing here. All right. To object. Q JSON objecta. Objecto. Object keys. No. All right, so QString key equals at I value at key to object. Insert key platform vdata. That should be right. I'm wondering if maybe I shouldn't no, that doesn't make, or does it? Yeah, it does. And I'm just realizing I gotta use the bathroom soon. At any rate, this should get all that information from our save data. And the nice part is I can actually nest the data like this. So that's where all that good stuff comes from. Yay. So with this, I should be able to build viewers pretty simply. Just by using their chat user data. Now, we will actually add more information to this soon. Oops, sorry. Wrong buttons. We'll add more information to this soon, mostly because we're going to have to be able to call out and say, hey, do a request for all the data on this person. And then we get that data back, and then we can fill out the viewer list better. But for right now, this isn't bad. I mean, there's definitely more data that we can get, and I definitely want to get that data. And I have to make this as open as possible, because I don't know what data is going to be available. I'm starting with what Glimish and Twitch can grab. And we're just kind of working from there. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alright, so I was still thinking about this downstairs, and I think I'm going to need a way to compare viewers. At the very least, I'm going to need to be able to get their viewer ID and viewer names. And okay, so let's start looking at things to do. Bool, view, I'm trying to think of the right name I want to call this. Basically, what I want to do is I want a functionality that checks if the platform viewer data that we provide it already exists in the map. Is platform it's almost like I want does to be in there. Is platform no. I know what the functionality is, so screw the name. Is platform in viewer? Platform actually get platform exists. Get viewer has platform. Q print no Q string platform ID. Set viewer platform data. Get viewer platform data. Now these are easy functions. I can just write them here. On the other hand, void set viewer platform data. Actually, I don't need that. I just need the data, because the data is already going to have the platform ID in it. Yeah, viewer has platform data. That is good. All right, so that will check here. Get viewer social data. And that one's simple enough. I'm going to just go right here. Return social media data. All right, social media data equals. And then I'm going to add update viewer social media data. That one's going to be a little trickier. So we'll have that be its own function. And let's go do that right now. So what we're going to do here, we're going to come to our social media platform. And actually, no, let's, rather than, I was about to write that function in here, but in truth, we need to go here to the viewer data. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't just put these in private and then add functions. Yeah. Actually, no. Void update with data. New data. So that way we still have direct access to this, but we can also update it with just, you know, saying, oh, here's our new data. So what this is going to do, and this is why I decided to do it here instead of, you know, pretty much, you know, other locations. All right, if new data Twitter handle all right, so if not empty and or well, yeah, if it's not empty, and then new data Twitter handle. And then it's basically the same code for others. And we just do that, you know, just a simple series of if statements. If it's not empty, then the Discord ID equals, you know, the new data. Oh, let's add a bool here. Bool, do not overwrite equals false. And let's add a little functionality decoration here. update the existing data with the new data. If data already exists and do not overwrite is true, will not update. Yeah. Actually, if do not overwrite is true, this will not update existing data. So that way, as we go through it, we can decide whether or not we want to do it. But, that just keeps this fairly simple. Okay, so, or wait, no. Okay. So, if do not overwrite equals true, and all right. Ooh, or do not overwrite equals false, and new data is not empty. Okay, so if overwrite is false and this data is empty, or overwrite is true and this is empty, brain not working. Okay. Okay. So if do not overwrite is false, all right. This is why I hate these multiple factor if statements. All right, let's do this just for my own sanity. If do not overwrite is false, okay, so if it's false, this is the default behavior. If the new data is not empty, then we update the account. Else, so basically, if do not overwrite is true, So maybe I need to all right, if this will not update existing data, do not overwrite. If do not overwrite is true, if the account is empty on do. So if it's empty, then update it with the new data. All right, good, got it. Ah, thank you. Oh wait, no, that goes here. Alright, if account Discord is empty, account Discord equals the new data. Alright, yeah. It's a massive cluster tuck. But I think this will actually do the update we need. So the default state is off, false. So by default, if the new data is not empty, update the current data. If overwrite is true, so basically don't overwrite the data. If the account is empty and that data is not empty. You know, we need both this. On the other hand, what's the harm if it updates it with empty data? Alright, let's do stream raid. Monster ambush. Get the bats! Ah, we lost. Monster ambush. Okay, why am I... Oh, enemies will be revealed over time. Ground and air. Oh, this can target ground and air. Okay. My bear's not out. Okay. Yeah, barbarian. Barbarians at the gates! Yeah, what does it matter if we're not overwriting and that is, you know, if it's empty, what does it matter if this is empty or not? It'll just overwrite it. I mean, all I'm doing there is adding more calculations to do something that it doesn't need to do. If it's empty and we, you know, overwrite it with empty data, it's still going to be empty. So we don't need to do that, which will save us calculations. Precious seconds! Alright. So now we can just... So I guess all we need to do here update with data, new data. And now I can remove that. So now we can quickly and easily update the social media data without having to, you know, write, you know, tons of code in the viewer system. That's all handled by the social data system, which will be more exact, and, you know, we can update it as time goes on. The less code I have to build in parent classes, the manage the children classes, the better. And that's really the core focus of the rebuild, is getting the child classes, the new child classes, mind you, to manage themselves rather than have the parent classes do it, which is one of the giant flaws with the 1.0 and the 2.0 the 2.x systems. 3.0 total rewrite from the ground up, rethinking everything. You know, big brains time. So all right. Get viewer has platform data. Return platform map contains there we go. Get viewer platform data. I'm looking at this. Most of these functionalities are just, you know, like one-line things. Should I just be writing it all in here? But that makes this an HPP. Ooh, HPP! So I'm actually going to kind of revert a little bit and come back here and just make these one-liners in here. I mean, I have this as a separate file. Might as well use it, even on these crappy simple ones. Oh. Oh, I sure hope I copied that. Yes, I did. Good. I probably need to go back to other classes and do some of this, but yeah, I've been mostly trying to make it that the CPP file is mostly for, like, you know, big, powerful, you know, builds and stuff. All right. Alright, so up here, get, or value, and then finally set. Alright, so now I need to actually come through here and go, if new platform ID is empty, return. Actually, no. I need a debug message. Q warning. Unable to set viewer platform data. Platform ID was empty. Copy, paste, paste. Unable to get user data. Unable to get viewer has platform data. Platform ID was empty. Data's platform ID was empty. There we go. And I suppose that's probably a better, thing to do, is be able to have this, stuff. And actually, update viewer. Bool. Do overwrite. So, not that. So, if that's false, that makes this and actually, yeah, that's probably a better thing to do. Do overwrite. If do overwrite equals true, just as long as the new data is not empty. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to reconfigure this in my head. Alright, so if we're overwriting, shouldn't we just straight up that? Yeah, we should. Else, so if we're not directly overwriting, all right, let's update So, if it's not empty and the Twitter account is not empty, yes, that is the direction I wanted to go. Just didn't have the right words. If override's true, fuck everything. We're just overriding it. If we are not overriding it, first we check to see if the data is empty. And if it's not empty, and the Twitter account is empty, then we update it. Because, you know, if they filled out their Twitter handle on one account but didn't fill it out on another account, I don't want to blank out the empty one. I don't want to blank out the existing one if the other one is still valid. Now, this is going to be highly useful for when we do like account merging and stuff, which is something we're going to try to automate. But that's still way down the line. Right now, I am looking at, we still need to just get a list of viewers. So, queue list viewer. Oh, you know what? Namespace KJBot. There we go. So now, now. All right, good. Got that. All right, so bool contains viewer void add viewer new viewer delete viewer should I be delete or remove? No, delete. That sounds right. Update. Update viewer. New viewer data. Get viewer. Get viewer. QString platform ID QString user name. Get viewer from the viewer ID. Get viewer QString viewer name. All right. That should get me everything I need. Actually, let's do this. I don't think I should get viewer if you already have viewer. And then JSON object to JSON object void from JSON objecto QString. And just so it's been a while since I've done this, just copy and paste it from the old stuff. Yay! So now, once we get this functionality in here, we should be able to just say, screw them all. Let's get and save. Well, technically it's the other way around, but good enough for me. Good enough for sub-government work. Okay, so that's 2. And then from. And yes, I know I'm adding in wrong data, but I just want a basis to work from. Now, right now, all we have is a list of viewers, so one thing. So, that's all we got to work on. This might actually be where we have a JSON array. Actually, one thing I noticed, JSON array. This JSON person just keeps being in my way. All right, so now this is going to be our viewer list. Alright, incomplete type. So yeah, I do need to include it. Push back. Viewer list at I to JSON object. Yeah. Is that what you're going to complain about? Yeah, thought so. That's too bad. Oh, maybe value. There we go. All right. Well, that was easier than we thought. Where's that old code that already had, you know... no. No. That's the old stuff. And that's that. Here we are. No, that wouldn't have it. Oh, build from data string. Alright, so let's back up a few directories. Subsystem viewer management? Do they have a JSON? No, they do not. Viewer system does. At least it should. It may not. Yeah, it doesn't. That's too bad. Chat user, common functions, classes viewer. Classes viewer. Oh, account name. That was probably it. No. But viewer to a JSON, that definitely had it. Alright, we already have two. We want from. Which is this code. Alright, first of all, JSON array. Second of all, viewer list, pushback n. Alright, peak, classes viewer, viewer, viewer equals viewer. So viewer from JSON object, JSON array at to object, pushback viewer. That's it. That is the entirety of the code that we need to save data from the viewer list. Now we still have all this other functionality we're going to have to write. Add viewers, delete, update, get, contains. So let's start with contains viewer. That's going to be the easiest. Returns viewer list contains viewer. Told you that one would be the simple one. This one is going to be a little bit trickier, as will this one. But let's just get all of those ready to go. Alright, so for here, for int I equals 0, I is less than, actually, let's do unsigned int equals viewerless count. If viewer list at I fine value oh, wait, what am I doing? Well, I need to get names, so we're going to have to do that, but let's do a stream raid first. It's just us and some spiders. 2, 1. And a few rats. Yeah, I think a berserker probably wouldn't be a bad idea to level up. Yay! Oh, 3 warriors for somebody! Luckless! Got warriors. And now, the treasure. And then it will be the boss, and then I think it'll be time to... So we got another hour. Or I could, you know, quit after here. Yeah, let's work on my berserker. Hopefully we won't get any flyers. Okay, so... Alright. Get in the visual viewer data. Q string get viewer name. And done. And done. Return viewer name. And I'm also going to need a set viewer name because I do want to add the functionality that you can set somebody's name. Alright, there we go. That just fixes a few issues. Get viewer name. If equals viewer name, return true. Checks to see if the existing viewer is matched in the viewer list. To see if the viewer's name is equal to the supplied name. Okay, check to see if the user, if the viewer has a matching platform user name. And finally, check to see if the viewer's platform user ID matches. So lots of different ways we can do this. All right, so all right. If get platform data all right, so we're jumping back to viewer for a moment. Get platform viewer data. Go to definition. Okay, return false. Get viewer has platform data. get viewer has platform data equals false. Return false. Get viewer platform data, platform ID, platform username equals username. There we go. So, if the user does not have, and I can actually just make that not. If the user does not have that platform, then it will return false. If it does have that platform, it will check to see if that has a platform user ID, and it equals the username. If it does, then it's true. Otherwise, return false. So that's all set. Now, for this code, it's literally the same code, except platform user ID equals that. I mean, there's no real difference for the code, so... I mean, we still have to check and see if the user has platform data for that. And then, if it does, then we can try and grab the user ID. And if that matches, then we have a match. Okay, so... let's do these real quick. Why is that showing up at the very top? I mean, that should be down here. Go to document. Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. Using names space KJBot. Might give up. Might give up. All right, so first things first, let's make sure that our integer is a valid number in our user list. So, well, first of all, if viewer ID is less than 0, return user or viewer, a blank viewer. If viewer ID is greater than or equal to our viewer list count, then that's invalid, and we return yeah. Actually, let's Q warning. Supplied. Unable to get viewer supplied viewer ID outside viewer list size. Supplied viewer ID is less than 0. Okay. So at this point we know it should be a valid user ID number. So now we just have to return it. Return viewer list at viewer ID number. Oh wait, no. Nope. Nope. First of all, that's not an int. That's a unsigned int. Right? Nope. What about platform ID data? That was an unsigned int. Alright. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Alright, so. So actually, let's keep this first one because that's actually accurate. Because viewer ID should never be less than 0. So now we got to start going through the user list. So all right, so if viewer list value I, and here's where we jump back here. Get viewer ID. Return viewer ID. Just a simple it's a simple code, but quite impenetrable. Get viewer ID equals viewer ID, return true. Oh, no. Return the viewer. And if we can't find it, yeah, we're going to error out here. So unable to get viewer. Could not find user with supplied viewer ID. There we go. Actually, no, I don't need that. Okay, so we can now copy and pasta this to our next section. If is empty or is null. Supplied viewer name is empty or null. Get viewer name equals viewer name could not find a user with the supplied viewer name q printable all right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've done so much without having to do a build or test, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but I know this code. I can do this. And if I get an error, so what? But then you've copied and pasted it all over the place. No, I have not. Alright. If platform ID is empty or is null, supplied platform ID is empty or null. And now we actually have to copy that for the username. So let's actually come up here. No. If actually, yeah, let's just make this easy on myself. Get has platform data. So if not platform data, yeah, I'm going to need that one. Return, oh no, I just want to oh, is that a problem up here too? Yeah, it is. Continue. That's what I need to do. Not return false. I don't know how I thought that was a good thing. Because what that would have done is as soon as it found the first viewer, it would see he doesn't have the platform data and just, returned false instead of checking to see if he also had the username. But then it would just end the whole session, and we would it wouldn't check any other. It would only check the first one because it already got a return. So that's what we got to do here. If they do not have the platform data, then continue on. At this point, we can assume they do have the platform data. Get viewer platform data. And we're doing the username? Yeah. Platform username equals username. Return that. Okay, good. Could not find a user with the supplied platform username. On the supplied platform. On the supplied platform with username all right, that will work. Oh boy. Oh, lots of guys showing up on that list. Alright, so we still have to add, delete, and update. Well, I'm going to skip delete for now, because we don't need that. Update can probably be dealt with a little bit later. First, we need to work on add. I'm going to add all these functions, though, just so I can compile it after I get add on there. Because I want to test this ASAP. Alright, add viewer. Alright, so when we add a viewer, the first thing we need to do is see if it already exists. So, if contains new viewer okay, so if we contain new viewer, let's see about updating the viewer. Wait, no. Because that would match. So if it does not contain the new viewer, viewer list, append new viewer. Well, actually push back. I like push back as opposed to append. So long as this does not contain the new viewer, we add it. Now, here's where we want to basically copy and pasta that. If it contains the viewer, take at Alright, so take at will actually remove it from the list. Yeah, we have no match operator, so that's what's causing that bug. Alright, so... No? Okay, so viewer. Operator. Equals. Viewer. Other viewer. All right. All right. Ooh. Look at Locks list, doing all sorts of awesome stuff. Okay, so I'm actually going to take this and bring it down here. All right. If viewer ID does not equal other viewer ID, return false. And we're going to dump down here. Yeah, we're going to dump down here. All right. Viewer ID does not equal that. Social media does not equal that, which means we need to actually add a comparator to that. Is regular, is bot, is system marked bot. No, I'm not going to have that in the match because the system will figure it out on its own. Oh, we're ready for the stream raid. So many people. Ooh. All right, let's get to it. 3, 2, 1. And I thought I wouldn't have anything to do. Alright, guys, congrats, we did it. Oh, someone's getting musketeers and someone's getting a flying rogue. Diego got the musketeer, so Luckless got the rogue. Congrats, guys. Alright, boss time, and then that's the end of the stream. So half an hour left. Go! This is where I might actually use my Templar or my Mage. Yeah, Mage time. So the Mage will get rid of the Giant Troll, work on these guys, and then eventually work on the Warhammer. So, whether we succeed or fail, that's up to you guys. Okay, so we need to actually do this operator for the social medias. We got to make sure. We got to see if we can actually get it, so that operator are standing by. Other social data. Quick comparators. True. And actually, since we're doing this over here, I can just copy that, paste that into here twice, and then I just have to copy that, copy that, and there we go. So long as these match up, that should match up. And since I did that, that should magically make this work. No? Oh, come on. Oh, okay, so I have to do one that's negative too. Interesting. So it's literally the same code, but backwards. Literally, same code, but backwards. Alright, well, that worked. So now we gotta do the same thing for platform data, viewer data. Well, actually, no, that should be... Yeah, we do have to do platform data. Okay, so now... Ah, that's the problem. Alright. I was wondering, you know, why wasn't that matching up? Alright, so now... Alright, other data. Building these up is sometimes just a little too monotonical. Not monotonical, boring. Yeah, very boring. Because all you're doing is just copying and pasting your same code over and over and over again. But when you're building a class, you got to build up this information. Okay, so now we can compare two together. So now... if... does not equal platform viewer map. Return false. So I want that one to go last, mostly because that's probably going to be one of the largest ones data-wise to deal with. I'm not seeing anybody join me on the stream raid, and it's getting me a little concerned. I don't think my mage can handle this all by himself. Which means I'll be handling it by myself tomorrow night. Alright, so now we can compare two viewers successfully. Which means now this can actually compare. So, yay. Alright, so now, update viewer. Alright, so the first thing to do is to make sure it does contain it. No. If get viewer name Okay, so if it does not contain the viewer name and does not contain get viewer ID. So okay, that's actually another one we have to add then. Check to see if the viewer's ID number is equal to the supplied viewer's ID. So for this, we're literally just going to copy this code because it's, you know, effectively the same. Get viewer ID. Okay. So now, if we cannot find a matching viewer name or viewer ID number, we'll return. Q critical. Could not update viewer data. Could not update viewer. No existing viewers, viewer names, or IDs matched. Could not find, or could not find any matching viewer names or IDs in existing list. So if it does find a matching username, it'll just move straight on. If it but if it does not, then it will look for the viewer ID. If it does find the viewer ID, then it will move on. We can add even more questions to this. I don't know why we have two. I mean, I could make this as identical as possible, but I want to also keep it as obtuse as possible, because now comes the big thing where we actually have to update the viewer list. And that means going through all the data other than like the viewer name and the viewer ID. The viewer ID will not be touched, ever. That should never update. But the viewer name can update. So, okay. At this point, update the rest of the data. I don't know why I'm writing this out. I want to test and see if we can actually get viewers in here, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, no, we need to be able to update the viewer, because how are we going to build a new viewer list? Especially when we're adding data from other sources. We got to have the data. And we got to be able to update the data. I know what I need to write, but I don't know if I have the strength to write it. No, I know exactly what I need to write, and I have the strength to write it. I'm just like, this is going to be tough. All right. Int viewer list slot equals should there be like a find function? Yeah, there is a find function. Viewer list index of no. Equals 0. Actually, -1. if viewer ID equals new viewer get ID, viewer slot equals I. Break. So continue would just say, okay, skip the rest of this, go on to the next number. Break, however, says, nope, nope, we're done here. You can just end that. So now we know where the name is in the list, and we're getting the viewer ID. So if we can't get the viewer ID, get viewer name. Because we were trying to match either the name or the ID. ID takes precedent over name. And if we add any more options, we can just add that here. But it's very important that we get the slot list number. If viewer slot list equals -1, critical could not viewer slot list was invalid. Could not find user in list. Viewer, not user. Could not find viewer in list. So, theoretically speaking, we should never get this because we've already done that up here. But I just want to make sure that our viewer list gets updated. Viewer list slot. So at this point, I'm pretty goddamn certain that we have the slot ID. So viewer well, actually, yeah. Viewer, we'll just go temp viewer equals viewer list slot. This is actually one where I want to do a reference. Or I could just go like that. Yeah. Update. And actually, that's not a bad function to put in here, considering this is all the data that we're going to have. So, void update viewer data. New data. So now I can just come back to here, update viewer data, and boom, done. Except for having to actually write the function over here. But with this, we don't have to do any real error checking. We know we have a valid, data Oh, bool overwrite. Do overwrite equals false. All right. If do overwrite equals true, else. Okay, so this is just simple. We're just going to overwrite all the data. Like literally all the data. Yeah, that's what I want. Except for viewer ID. Viewer ID does not get updated. And actually, since social already has that, update with data. Social media data. Do overwrite. And there. That should do that. Although I did notice that here that had to be changed, because I think I changed it over here. Yeah, do overwrite. So viewer name. Hours watched. Points earned. Is regular. Is bot. Yeah, let's do that one too for update. Is system marked bot. Is manually subscribed. Last seen. Alright, there we go. So, if do not overwrite is true, now, some of this data we're just going to overwrite anyways because, well, actually, you know, because I'm thinking, you know, things like, you know, hours watched or points earned. And I'm thinking about it, and you kind of have to overwrite that. You can't just update it with existing data. All right, so if viewer name is empty or viewer name is null, all right, so okay, so that literally works for just that one. All right. Overwrite this data no matter what. So actually, so that just leaves these three. Now the platform viewer data, that's going to be the interesting one. Because for this one, you really need to have it probably update on its own. You need to go through all the strings. And then have each individual platform update. Which means we need a new update with data for the platforms. Which means that this comes outside of the do overwrite. So right now, do overwrite looks like it's only affecting the viewer name. And I haven't decided what to do about last seen. I mean, that feels like it's probably going to be... no. Last seen... if last seen... if not, last seen is valid, and or last seen is null, or now this one's actually going to be a complex one. If last seen equals what was it? Platform date default and new last seen let me get through this before I get distracted. Does not equal that, then last seen is done. There we go. So last seen, if it's not valid or it's null, or if it's the default date and the new one is not the default date, then it should update. That sounds good. So all that's left now is the platform data. Whew. That was a tricky one. But not as tricky as the platform data. All right. Let's see how we do. Oh, we got a number of people here. Hopefully we can do this. Nicely done, gentlemen. And possible ladies. There we go, we did it! Congrats, everyone! What did we win? Ooh, somebody's getting a musketeer, and I got some golds. Congrats, Core 3. Do you really have 3 accounts? Boss defeated. Alright, so that's going to be that for that. So, yeah, that's all done. Why did that... That was weird. Alright. So, that's all done. I'm going to skip the platform thing right now. We're going to build. Oh, there's an error. Must return a value. Return that. Return that. Fix one issue and more appear. Is that what you want? No? Okay. So do you need me to put that in here? That seems odd. I'm trying to remember how I used to do stuff like this. Maybe I need to go check something. I need to check something. Alright, where would I have done that? Oh, it would have been in there. Yeah, it'd probably be in there. Let's see. Oh, no, okay. It will absolutely be in here. Here we are. Oh, maybe I gotta make a constants? Yeah. Alright. I don't know, maybe that'll work. Well, let's find out! Yeah, it did. Okay. In case you're wondering, this is from another project I did. So, it's called Project Stormwind. And back when I was really into World of Warcraft and everything, I had the thought of, what if I did a model viewer? Well, more of a model exporter. Alright, so we got that to load. There's lots of functionality in here it didn't have before, but none of it is connected. So let's just load up KJBot. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So yeah, we still have a couple of more things to add in here, but you know, for the most part, it seemed to work. I mean, just adding new windows and stuff is just a huge improvement. So the good news is with this and all the code we've been doing, this is going to make it much easier for me. I'm probably going to do more programming after I close the stream down. My goal is to get it so I can start populating this. And once I populate this, that'll make populating the active viewer list easier. The other thing I need to do, and it won't be tonight, but if I do another programming stream, I'll probably work on that, is I want to be able to chat to and from all the sites. So I should also need to work on automatic reauthentication. All things I need to work on. All right. Thank you all for joining me. This has been a lot of fun, actually. So sorry we didn't get to doing Sci-Fi Sunday stuff, but you know, when people bail on me, you know, there's nothing I can do about it. And I really just wanted to work on this. I'll be honest. I mean, yeah, doing some more sci-fi stuff would be fun, and I don't know if I'm going to return to Alien Isolation. It's definitely interesting. We definitely had some hard parts, and now we're having to deal with these damn AI. So I'll do some investigation, think about it. But yeah, we'll probably return to that. I need to get back to Horizon Zero Dawn. I really do want to finish KJBot, though. I have plans for this, and one of those is to get it as far as possible as of Tuesday, because I want to kind of show it off to people on Glimish. So, like an actual functioning version. Alright, thank you all for joining me. I will see you tomorrow, starting at 8 p.m., assuming I don't sleep in again. Good night, everybody.